Potential TBS on ES. Potential TX on ES. Potential double TX on ES.
All right, welcome. This is day number 6. It is May 3rd. And it's 9:47. Probably not going to have a whole lot of good setups this morning before FOMC, but I decided I'm going to go live anyway and just chill. I'm going to also be working a lot, so.
Potential TX on GC. Potential TBS on C now. TBS on C now. Potential TX
All
on
right, we're
ES.
making new highs here.
Potential double TX on ES.
And there's the breakout. Wow. What a 4154 is kind of a could be a level.
Potential TX on ES.
Excuse me. Apex doesn't restrict trading during news, right? On evaluation accounts, no. Evaluation accounts you can trade during the news, but on funded accounts, they do restrict that. So, yeah, they don't want you trading the news. And I've heard them talk about it, and they've said if you're in a trade during news and they don't recommend being in it, but if there could be certain situations that they'll let go. But basically, if you're looking, they call it windfalls, basically where you play both sides and look for breakouts and increase your size and that stuff. On a funded account, yeah, you'll fail your funded account on that. Yep, no problem.
Orders with exhaustion box on GC.
So GC's got some alerts going on. So gold's pulling back here, but so is ES now. Came up in this 4154 range, kind of. So I was doing this earlier. Maybe I should keep this on here because it has kind of proven to be kind of valuable, even though I don't really use it. But yeah. Sorry, that. The retracement from the high to the low came to 4155. We almost went to it, but interesting. I don't really ever use Fibonacci's. Just I use them sometimes on a pullback V-shaped reversal. Then I'll see like that 50%. I think it's kind of important, but yeah. So we have 4 minutes and 37 seconds till news. I mean, this would be be a pretty nice entry right here for a pullback and going longer. But with news, I'm not interested, obviously.
Potential TX on GC.
Yeah, the website stated you allowed to trade news. I know, and they're a little bit deceptive in that. Wish they would be more clear. So it says news trading allowed, and it's on their main page when you're looking at the evaluation accounts, which is true. So when you buy an evaluation account, you can trade the news. But then when you switch over to a funded account, which is what I have, the funded accounts, then they don't allow you to trade the news. Well, now it's looking like we're going lower. Well, now it's looking like we're going lower.
Potential TX on C now. Potential TX on GC. Trap orders with exhaustion box on GC. TBS on ES.
All right, news came out. Not so far anyway, not much of a move. Hey, good morning, Bobby. Thanks for tuning in. I appreciate it. As you can see, I couldn't start up my stream this morning, and I took a trade. This morning, and
TX on ES.
Wasn't a good start to the day. I literally took the trade and it went. I don't think I even had one tick of profit.
Trapped orders with exhaustion on GC.
feels bad,
Trapped orders with exhaustion
but
loss on ES.
we're good.
Potential TX on GC.
No, they do not. Okay, sorry. Yes, they allow news trading on evaluation accounts, but they don't allow news trading on funded accounts. So, yes and no. Just to keep it confusing.
TX on ES.
Can you guys hear those alerts?
Trapped orders with exhaustion box on CL.
They might be annoying. If that's annoying, those alerts are. If they're annoying, let me know and I'm going to turn them off so that you guys don't have to hear that. So it can kind of. I've been watching GC Gold a lot, just kind of getting a feel for gold. See if I might dip my toe in the water on that. But man, this CL, we have sold off like crazy. Right here, the high is 75.76, and right now we're at 69.86 or 68. That's a 7-point move in 2 days. Eesh. Congrats if you were short. And condolences if you tried to go long. I'm pretty sure you're not long anymore, but if you tried to go long down this stretch, woof. I didn't see this move coming, that's for sure. I was looking at CL earlier, like when I was looking at it here on my, so this was the move prior to this sell-off. Yeah, I kind of thought, I did call when we were right here. I was expecting us to fill this gap. But after we filled the gap, we did overshoot. I thought we might go up and test the highs again, but man, it went up a little bit and it has sold off like crazy. I mean, at this point, 67 is kind of the next area. I mean, honestly, 69, right where we're at, is a little bit of a support area as well. But it doesn't look like it cares. It's just going straight down. So hopefully we'll get a little bit cheaper gas prices, right? There we go, just making new lows on CL. Man. I almost shorted right here last night. Oh man, I almost did. Then I thought, no, that's not smart. But I almost shorted last night before I went to bed right here, honestly. I saw this move. It came up and it touched the VWAP right here and touched the EMA. But no, it was this right here. Sorry. I just couldn't pull the trigger. Too scared. Well, and honestly, I mean, it would have been a good setup, but it would have been very irresponsible. I mean, I would have had my stop in place, and I'm not sure where I would have put my profit target, to be honest. Obviously, it would have worked out, but I've done it in the past on evaluation accounts when I've entered overnight and just let it ride overnight. It's worked out, but it's also not worked out as well. So here we go. Now he's seeing a bounce here. Kind of interested on this CL play. We've been respecting this EMA. But today we have crude oil inventories, and that always is a huge mover for CL. So the thing with trading CL with oil is you can have some very erratic moves. And You have to be very, very careful. At the 3 a.m., yeah, I know. Yeah, 3 a.m. is always the key point of the night. I've already thought of, I should get up like at 2:50 in the morning, trade that 3 o'clock move. There's been some pretty solid moves at 3 a.m., but I like my sleep too much for that. All right, where are we? ES make new highs here. 54.50. Now we're selling back down. Oh, excuse me, my throat is.
Trap orders with exhaustion box on GC. Elevator on GC.
I'm gonna turn that volume down at least. That way it's not loud for you guys. All right, well, I kind of have this channel. So right here you can, excuse me, man. My voice might not hold up very long today. Uh-oh. Hang on. Cody. Hey, buddy. Go.
Potential TX on GC. Potential double TX on GC. Trap orders with exhaustion box on GC. Double TX on GC. Potential TX on GC.
All right, we're back. All right. Woo. I'm out of shape. Run up the stairs and I get I'm out of breath.
Potential TBX on GC.
All right, so interesting move. Wow, what a move here. We touched this EMA and just whoosh. Hmm. How's this CL trade or chart looking? Oh man.
Potential TX on ES.
Wow, what a soul. Wow. I mean, it would have been a hard and difficult entry point, honestly. Now, are we going to lose VWAP here and just start selling off? I don't see a big, massive move happening today before the FOMC minutes. I just can't see that happening. I mean, right here, it's kind of more of an interest for a long, just the way that it has been going, but I'll wait.
Potential TX on CL. Trap orders with exhaustion box on CL. Potential TX on ES. Potential double TX on ES. Potential TX on GC. Potential double TX on GC.
All right, what do we got going on here? Alerts popping all over the place. Ah, man, this is a signal that I do like. So, like, yeah, I check. If I get signals, I'm always interested in the signals, but then I check it with price action. And if both of them line up, then I want to take the trade. But here, this short, we're right at the EMA, right at the VWAP. I'm just not that interested in it because of that. Obviously, it might work out, but that's why I'm not taking it. Oh, that now this signal would have worked out right now, but that's all right. Now the reason I'm just starting to learn gold, so I'm trying to. It takes about a week, at least for me, just to watching price action on this specific new instrument to kind of get a feel for it. Hey Jim, welcome this morning. Apex released 50% off on resets. They're expecting large number of evals to be blown due to the FOMC event. I mean, that could be. I mean, personally, usually when they end like the 80% discounts or the 90% discounts, when they end that, it is pretty standard for them to follow it up with the 50% reset discounts. So I'm not really, I don't think that's why, but who knows? Maybe they might obviously benefit from it. Also, did you guys see? Here, let me just open it up here. I found this interesting, and maybe I need to. No, I'm not going to do another updated video, but
Hello, this is Daryl Mark with Apex Trader Funding, your ultimate choice for trader funding and of all futures.
All right, sorry, I'm just going to skip ahead to where
We actually have enough to lower your risk by trading smaller contracts.
Daryl, good old Daryl.
Trap orders with exhaustion box on CL.
Okay, what?
Potential TBS on ES.
Man, this gold trade would have been a really sweet trade, but that's something I store in the back of my brain. Like all these signals that I get, I want to see how well they are working. But so far, like this was a short entry, boom, would have profited. This was a long entry, would have profited. Now this short entry would have profited as well. So something to keep in mind. This, yeah, it definitely had quite a bit of triggers here that would have profited very, very nicely. And now our entry would have been 2024.6 and would have had really no reason to get out as of now. Would have been a nice trade. And that's a big move up. Let's see what ES is doing. All right, so we're reversing. Okay, this is an interesting area right here. So we've come up to ES to the EMA, and we, basically below 41.45 is an interesting position area there for a short. But if we go, this could be a move up higher. So I'm a little bit hesitant on any short here. Little bit hesitant. This might pull up higher. Might want to make new highs. Anytime I see candlesticks like this where it's just continuously making lower low, lower lows, lower lows, that's a really big sign that it's going to make another leg up. But the video here, what I was trying to find, come on, here, this is what I wanted to show you guys. So they had from April 4th to May 1st, they had 396,000 evaluation accounts sold. Isn't that insane? 396,000 times. Let's just give him benefit of the doubt and say everyone got it at 90% off, even though the sale was 80% and 90%. And at $20 average, that's $8 million. Okay, here's that push higher that I was expecting. Anytime we see these just higher high, and in an uptrend, man, I've noticed that those almost always make a nice push past and make a push higher. Now we'll see. I'm not going to enter on this. I mean, entering would have been right here, 41, 46.50. Could have been an entry, but well, now we're just coming right back down. So.
Potential TX on GC.
Yeah, yesterday was a big move on GC. I know. Very nice move. Of course, yesterday morning I couldn't trade. I was away. Wasn't able to do any trading until what time was it? 12:30 or 1 o'clock. Of course, then after that, basically things went sideways. And I was able to pretty much break even again for the day. Gotta say, I'm getting a little bit anxious, feeling a little bit like I need to have a nice big day. Gotta be, I have to be careful with that because it can come back to bite you. Well, that might have been a fake out. Or we're going to test the CMA and then make a move higher. Too many unknowns. All right, here's gold. Let's look at the signals here. Okay, crude oil. So we're getting 3 minutes close to the crude oil numbers releasing. And that is definitely going to be interesting. Sometimes it moves quite a bit, and other times it doesn't, so kind of hard to say.
Potential TX on CL.
Okay, that's a short signal on CL, but obviously not touching that with the news coming out. Just taking a peek at everything here. Selling off again on ES. Did not get a signal on this here. A lot of chop. All right, are we gonna? If we make, if this doesn't hold right here,
Trap orders with exhaustion box on CL.
CL
Potential
away from.
TX on CL.
Okay, so numbers came out. Initial drop. Excuse me. Oh, N pounds. Hey, welcome to the stream. So I literally got done showing it like 4 minutes ago, probably 5 minutes ago. I was just showing chat that they had 396,000 entries.
Double TX on CL.
So that's crazy. I was looking, at 396,000. If the average amount was $20, that's $8 million. So I think they're doing fine, but I find it interesting. Keep it up pretty soon. I'll just be doing I'll just be the accountant for Apex. I'll contact Daryl and ask him if I can just be his accountant. I'll keep track of everything. Full transparency. We'll show everything. We'll stream it. We'll make videos. So there was never any question on solvency. It might actually be a good idea. Might not be a terrible idea for Apex to do that. Because I know there's a lot of people that look at Apex and like they just see it and are like, wait a minute, there's no way they can make that amount of payouts. And yeah. What is the policy with Apex on trading on big news day with PA? So on a funded account, you're not allowed to trade the news, which means being in Basically, if you're in a trade before news release and then exit right after the release, that would be considered trading the news. But if you were, let's say the news comes out and from that news you trade, and they want you to have a setup and you enter a trade on a setup. So if you can, I think that's the key. What they don't like, I know, is when someone enters an order above and below, so that it hits the order if it spikes up or spikes down. They definitely don't want that. But if you trade, from what I understand, let's say it's a minute after the news comes out and you see a good setup for a long or a short, then you can take that. That's not against their policy. And you can take that runner and take it. Also, I don't know, I'm not sure which one of you. Okay, here we go. CL making new low, ready to make new lows. Thought about entering right here, but right after the news, I don't like that. Might be a triple bottom here. Wow, there it goes. Just rip right through that. You know what? Gas prices should be coming down. We should be, I don't know what the gas prices are where you're located, but for me, they're around 9, or sorry, 9. They're around 3.60 a gallon. And of course, what I always find interesting is when we had that massive rip up, gas prices increased the day of. Like that same day, the gas prices went up like 40 cents a gallon. But when we have these huge sell-offs, mysteriously, gas prices just kind of stay where they're at. So BS. Okay, now there's a big rip up on CL. I don't know. Not sure I trust that move. And again, here on ES, we did tick lower, but basically found this support right here, 41 or 41, 42. Now, will we try and make another leg up here or not? I mean, honestly, before FOMC minutes here, we might just have kind of volatile up, down, choppy moves. But I don't know. I want to be careful. I'm already in the red for the day. Shocker. Man, I just took one trade this morning and just immediately went against me. Boom, stopped me out. I don't think I was one tick in the profit. All right, I gotta get some work done. Got some drawing deadlines I need to meet. So that's one thing. The reason I have audible alerts is so So where my main screen is like right in front of me, and that's what I use to do my work.
Trap orders with exhaustion box on CL.
Okay, what's the CL about? Okay, so we went up to the EMA and now we've ripped back down. That's so right here, below this, like right here at 68.81 would have been a good entry short. Obviously, this bar here would have likely stopped us out. So good thing we didn't enter, but then the re-entry would have been right here. Obviously, that's working out, but I don't want to be one of those guys where I'm like, this CL move has made too big of a move that it can't go lower, because it can go lower. But I do want to enter on a nice pullback. All right, is he? Yeah, it's gonna make new lows here. It just might. And here we go. Are we gonna actually sell off, or is this just a wannabe sell off? I mean, the open price, we opened at 41.33 last night. That could be a move down to that range, that area. But we have a lot of support right here at 41.40 that if it wants to find support here at 41.40, I could also see that happening. But obviously right now it looks like we're selling off, but it's just a little bit difficult price action so far this morning to trade. Made a nice move up. Only really good entry that I can see right now. Obviously, and this is based off my pullback strategy. Right here, pulling back to the EMA here. Right here, this would have been a failure. This would have stopped us out. Right here, we would be in this move right here if we would take every entry, but kind of sitting on my hands and just waiting till we see a little more of a convicted move here. This is a nice move down. If you're in it, that's awesome. All right. I mean, 41.40 is right in this area now. We are finding some support here, but so if we make a move up to this EMA again right now, then I think I would be looking at taking that trade for a short if we make it up to this, but I want to see it make a move to the green EMA, which is the 21 EMA, not the 14. I always prefer to have my entries based off of the 21 EMA. I have the 14 EMA there just more for looking at it in the grand scheme of things to see which one is holding up better, but
Potential TX on CL.
Well, there it might have just been a micro pullback here. CL, what are we doing here? Kind of just chopping around. Gold has made a nice move up. This move down. Let's actually look at our signal here. So we received a short signal where? Right here. So right here we received a short signal for this. Would have been a nice move down. We did not get a signal for the long either. And then here, this was a short signal that would have failed. So that's kind of what I'm looking at gold right now. It's just kind of tracking these signals and mentally what would have worked, what would have worked, wouldn't have worked. And I don't know, just kind of for my own, you know, for when I want to take trades. But obviously right here it seems to be struggling a little bit, and we do have setup forming. But we will watch. Okay, we ripped higher here on GC. Now we're right at this double top. See, this is where just inexperience is like not knowing, but see, like this is 1, 2, 3, 4. You know, this is the 4th try of making it above 2028 or basically 2029. And, you know, it seems like this, you know, it would have been a good triple top entry short, but I'm always, like, for example, like ES or even CL,
Potential TX on
making
CL.
that many double tops, it usually will rip through, you know, about the 4th try. So, you know, so it always makes me nervous taking trades off of technicals where it's just right off the double tops or triple tops, and yeah, I don't know.
Trap orders with exhaustion
Very
box on CL.
Intriguing setup there for GC though. Right, ES has been bearish, agreed. Oh wow, I was not paying enough attention to ES here. So here we just touched the 14 EMA. We did not make it to the 21 EMA, which... So anytime that we just make these micro pullbacks before selling off more is always like more bearish. Oh wow, look at that sell off. Okay, so this feels very... I don't want to enter here. Like, I do like like moves like we just saw there, I don't mind entering on some momentum plays. Obviously, right here we have support, 41.33. Talked about it earlier, but he is. Are we gonna make? Are we gonna bounce off of this a little bit and make it so you can get an entry, or are we just gonna keep ripping lower? We might just rip lower out, honestly. Wow. I hope some of you are in on this short. This short entry right here, when this pulled up right below, like, I could have justified entering right here at 41.40, 43.50. But yeah, here it would have been a very risky entry, but there we go. We're losing 41.33 the way it looks. I mean, technically, we need to get below 41.32. But now I wouldn't be shocked to see this move up higher now. We're going to keep an eye on this on ES here. Other thing that I'm contemplating, like,
orders with exhaustion box on ES.
There we go. Now we did get a signal here on our so here's a signal for a long, and we're right at support. Like, this would be very aggressive, and I don't like making these plays, but if you're looking for a V-shaped reversal, right here is pretty much where it's going to happen. But I'm just not buying it. I mean, we've been selling off the way we sold off yesterday, the way we sold off from the highs here. I'm looking for a pullback entry. But yeah, here, I mean, it's definitely would have. If you jumped in on this double bottom here, I'm sure a lot of people did. I mean, you're in a nice trade. I don't blame anyone for taking that trade, but I didn't pull the trigger. Now we're at the EMA here. Now waiting for confirmation. Might not get it, and it might just keep ripping. Who knows? So we've seen a lot of V-shaped reversals. We have seen a lot of them. I've gotten faked out on almost all of them. I always think about adapting to the market, and I'm like, I don't know how you catch those V-shaped reversals, but they continue to happen. Might have to adapt. But here we go. Yeah, it is went right through the EMA. This bar closes above. Yeah, from the lows, yep, about 5 points. Yeah, man. Struggling a little bit here. These are trades that I never feel. Yeah. We make a move like this bar closed above the EMA. And now if we start selling off, like basically below this bar would, it's such a borderline entry because we are below EMA here, but it could also just be seen as reversal, just a micro pullback and then continue higher. Like right here would be almost, no, we didn't quite, there, right there would be my entry. Do I pull the trigger? I'm hesitating because of that. I think, oh, wait. And there we go. Now,
Potential elevator on GC.
there it goes. Gonna go without me. Yeah, I agree, Bobby. I agree. Even though this is where I need to remind myself and just be patient because, like, I don't know, it shouldn't affect me. Or I'm trying to mentally and psychologically get this through my head where like having a couple bad red days yet last week and just this week so far, just break evens, really not having, we haven't had any really momentum on this current funded journey, and I'm kind of feeling anxious to chase some setups, and I need to remind myself not to do that. We have plenty of time. There is no rush to have these funded accounts fund to the profit goal. Obviously, the sooner we do it, great, but I'd have to, in the past, that's gotten me in trouble. Getting desperate, chasing setups, and then I increase my size. There's this snowball effect, and it always ends up not where I want it to. So I'm saying it out loud to myself. I need a couple more 34-inch 4K monitor. I hear you, man. Yeah, I have one here. I have one here. I have one here. And I would like to shift this one over here and then have another one up here. So I have a 34-inch widescreen and I have two 27-inch regular screens. But it's still not enough. Okay, right here. Okay, that move right there makes me want to go long. This long candle push up past the low here. We failed to make another low. Now, it's not above the EMA yet, so I don't want to enter. But like a strong move like that is pretty bullish, especially after selling off. We could just, like right now, I don't have any entry. Even if we make a move down, there's no entry here. And I mean, if it makes a move up past this 3140 area, maybe. But yeah, I'm just gonna be patient. That fine line between being patient and also making sure that you take good. If the setup is there, you need to take it. Sometimes I feel like I talk myself out of trades as well. But
Potential TX on GC.
yeah, we definitely got a higher low here. And we might chop back and forth here a little bit. But if we continue to see higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low, this triangle shape, then I like those are always really good. I feel like you get a nice push once you get past the resistance. At least you get a really nice push through that to scalp some points, but we need to hold. You know, this can come down like to this area, but once we lose this and this, obviously, that's a whole different ballgame.
Potential elevator on ES. Potential TX on GC.
And we're just chopping around here. All right, let's look at CL. What's anything happening here? Okay, this is a case where I very seldom draw on my chart, but sometimes I will. Usually only on CL.
Trap orders with exhaustion box on ES. Elevator on ES.
Okay, yeah, that's what we're in this channel right here. Had one overshoot, but
Trap orders with exhaustion bots on GC.
okay, we're getting alerts on GC again. Ready for, this is a signal long for GC. Okay, remember we talked about this eventually losing this triple top, and it did. It pulled back a little bit and then it went past. Man, I wish we would have kept watching that. But this is shaping out. It might break out higher here. We can get above this 2131. So the signal bar went off. I do like one of my favorite signal bars. I mean, this is on ES, so I don't know yet about GC, like gold, if it's also if I really like it, but this with the aqua line through it is, for the ES anyway, I really like it. But here, this is pulling back. So yeah, that trade wouldn't have worked. That would have been a fake out. So had a couple signals that would have been winners here, but we had a couple losers on GC as well. So continue to monitor it. Okay, CL above, trying to make it push above this channel here. ES, ooh, ES did make new lows. Very interesting. I mean, yeah, if you look, you can make a play here on this EMA, but see how it's just kind of choppy. Also, these long bars, it's hard to get a good entry sometimes on that.
Potential TX on GC.
Right, to go way up, I know. Yep. Okay, so now we're breaking above this channel on CL. CL looks bullish setup. Yeah, I mean, yeah, like here I was seeing, I'd like to see a little more of a rounded bottom, but this is, I think we'd have to get above 69.30 for me to be more interested on a CL reversal. I mean, let's look at the CL for daily. I always like to compare previous, like when you have big sell-offs like this, like here we had one, we had 3 days continuous selling. Here we had 1, 2, 3 days, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, we might not be done. This thing could easily go down and test 66 before we see a bigger. This is a 1 year. This is a 1 year chart. And it's just basically been in a downtrend for a full year. Why are gas prices not lower? Oh, do you watch the divergence on CL? I used to watch that. I actually kind of liked it, but almost made me a little bit too biased, so I got rid of it. So looking at GC here, like we got previous support here in 1985s. See a lot of wicks here, which is always a good sign. And then, you know, this thing could definitely, I definitely like the setup on GC that this thing's going higher. Definitely like that.
Trap orders with exhaustion box on ES.
Would have Yeah, could have justified maybe an entry or off this EMA, but now, see this move on CL, long wicks. Definitely feels like it's trying to push out of this downtrend, but will it be able to? We will see. Right, yeah, agree. Here we go. We see this rip up above, up above 69, 25, 26. Definitely would be bullish sign for me. Okay, ES making newer lows here. I think. Well, barely, I guess. Yeah. Some people, sorry, I'm talking about my work here. Why are some people so incompetent? It's bad. Now we made new lows.
Potential TX on ES. Potential double TX on ES.
Making new highs on GC as well.
Potential TX on CL.
On CL. Yeah. Oh wow, big pullback. Oof. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm interested in that. So now I would just classify this. Basically, this here is just an overshoot, same as this was. Overshoot correction, and now we might make newer lows here. I just don't trust CL. I mean, like, it feels like, okay, this thing can't go any lower, and it will. That puppy will just keep on selling.
Potential double TX on ES.
But if you are looking for a pullback, the entry would be right here. I mean, I would probably have my entry at 68.70. Yeah. We do definitely have support forming here at 68, 68.60. I just don't trust it. I used to, honestly, like, a couple times when, like, I was like, oh yeah, and it would just, I got punished a couple times on CL where it was either going up or down, and I just thought, wow, this thing is way over. Like, it would just be a straight line up. And like, there's no way it's just gonna keep going straight up or straight down. And I was proven wrong.
Potential TX on CL.
Futures, what a day. Hey, join the gang, man. Join the gang. I've had one losing trade today, but my previous 3-4 days have just been, I feel like, filled with losers, and a couple winners trickled in just to keep me, sane. But I'm sorry to hear that, man. That sucks. But it is part of trading, I actually started listening. So this weekend I bought the audiobook of Tom Haggard's The Best Loser, and I listened to the whole book and loved it. Parts of it I don't agree with, but it's more because of his trading style versus mine. It's just different. But I started listening to that book again last night, because it helps me mentally understand that losing is part of the game, part of trading, and we have to be good losers. So, hey, good for you, no futures. So if 2 is your max and you walk away, that's great discipline, and that's okay. There is nothing wrong with walking away and resetting for tomorrow. Losing is part of trading. And okay. Thank you for that. 60, 70%. Yeah, I agree. That's kind of where I'm at. 60, 70% winning on my strategies now. I'm closer to 50% in my last week, but overall my win percentages is around 63% is what it is currently. Yeah, we pushed up past the EMA again. Now, is this just another overshoot? This is what I hate. Like when price action is like this, I hate trading it because it's so easy to get faked out. And I do not appreciate getting faked out. I much rather watch. But here we go on this CL, man. I tell you what. She crazy. Kind of like NQ. Oh my goodness. Let's not even talk about NQ. I used to trade NQ a lot. This was the trade. So far today, this is probably the one trade I'm most sad about not entering. You know, seeing the long-term setup on GC, it really is setting up for a nice push up today. Even though we pushed up yesterday, we basically, yeah. Now we're seeing a nice move here. But I'm not familiar enough with GC yet that I just want to jump in. Kind of want to be watching it for a little bit longer yet and get a feel for the price action before I just jump in with both feet. Is anyone here? Is anyone here that trades gold on a regular basis? I'd like to get Bobby. Sounds like you might. Is gold? Does it trade more like oil or more like ES? If you know what I mean. Like I feel like oil respects the technicals side of it a lot more than ES. ES, I feel like. I mean, yeah, it does respect the technicals to a certain degree, but not that well. Trades by Matt. Not who you're talking about. GC is gold. Yes. Yeah, trades by Matt. You know what? I see, you know, okay, here's the thing with Matt, trades by Matt. There's some people that question his validity, and you only like ES and NQ. Oh my gosh. Yeah, me and NQ don't talk. We have parted. We have officially split. We're divorced. We do not speak to each other anymore. She abused me, and yeah, I can't trade that. I can't trade NQ. Trading hours is what to know. It looks like it moves opposite of the market today, which makes sense. Like usually, not always, but if, you know, we have a big sell-off on ES, it's usually that means gold is going up. Not always, but usually. Okay, are we selling off here on ES? No, we're not. But gold is making a really nice move up here. Kind of overbought here the way it looks. Maybe we can get a pullback and an entry here. That would be the hope. If it pulls back to the EMA, I might look to take my first stab into gold here and see if we can pull out some money from it. ES just kind of hanging out here. Not a whole lot to see. Only thing I see here is we are making higher lows, higher low, higher low. Which makes me think we might break above this 136. But for how far, who knows? We are above the EMA. Definitely not looking to get short here. The bottom of the range at support above EMA.
Potential TX on ES. Potential double TX on ES.
And a little micro pullback. Is that really all we're gonna get here, G Gold? That's all you're gonna get us? Come on, man. A little bit of break of structure here. Well, so far I would say, yeah, you would have had a valid entry here on a short. You would have lost. Like ES did have some entries setups, but would have gotten stopped out on a couple as well. Gold would have been the best play so far as when I was looking at gold on adding it to my arsenal, so to speak. I mean, it has some really nice moves, and kind of my thought was, or what I like about that is like getting some nice runners. Seems like it could be a possibility with gold. Here we go, newer highs probably. All right, I gotta step away. I'll be right back.
Potential TX on ES. Potential double TX on ES. Potential TBS on ES. Potential TX on GC. Potential TX on CL. Trapped orders with exhaustion box on CL. Potential TX on GC. Trapped orders with exhaustion box on GC.
We're back. Ooh. What did I miss? Nothing. Whoa, what happened? I just hit the wrong button. What did I do? What did I do? That is not cool. What? I have no idea what I just did. All right, I think we're back. That's how it's supposed to be. I have this big 3D mouse that I use to draw. And I guess one of those buttons does something. Oh yeah, it does. My one button says align window left, align window right automatically. Wow. Gives me an idea. I could program these buttons as a buy-sell button. Which could be equally dangerous as well.
Potential TX on GC. Trap orders with exhaustion box on GC.
What do we got going on gold here? A little bit of a pullback. Ooh. I'm interested. Come on, pull back a little bit further. Man, this CL is just insane. Looking for a little more of a pullback. There we go. Oh wow, we have 12 viewers? Let's go. That's a new high. Oh no, it's 10. But wow. Okay, now are we gonna see? I mean, this would be a little bit of a risky entry on this bar if we make it above 4134.2.
Potential double TX on GC. Trap orders with exhaustion box on CL.
Order submitted.
Wait till we actually get our setup. Hey, I appreciate that. Yeah, no futures, Bobby and Jim. They've been the regulars so far that I've seen. Maybe there's some lurk, actually in pounds, as well. But I appreciate it. Ooh, okay, right here we go. Now we need this bar to close down, or at least if it starts going below this EMA, then I don't like it. Sheesh. And it might.
Order canceled.
Yeah, I guess we wait. But it looks like it wants to sell off quite a bit more. Yeah, okay, we're climbing on ES. That makes sense. A little bit of a bounce. Yeah, to watch the review. Well, hey, that's just as good. I appreciate. Honestly, when I started this, I didn't think anybody would watch me. Started this 3 weeks ago, and I did it more for myself, and that way I can go back and watch my trades and kind of use it as a journal and keep myself accountable. Hang on, I gotta get. Hang on. All right, we're back. Okay, so gold definitely pulling back way more than what I would consider a pullback for a pullback re-entry. So we will just wait that one out. Not a good setup. CL is just bleeding lower. Crazy. Nothing really to. I mean, there you could have had some entries here. Pull back up to the EMA, selling back down. Yeah, this big overcorrection, and then we just tanked. And obviously ES kind of making a rounded bottom here. I could definitely see it pushing up to VWAP, but you know, we're 2 hours away from FOMC, so probably I didn't really expect to have any really good setups. Obviously, my plan for FOMC is
potential double TX on ES.
I mean, I haven't really made up my mind yet, but I want to be very careful. I don't know. I don't know that I'm going to trade it. I'll definitely watch it. Maybe I'll trade it if I see a really good setup. But man, the whipsaw on those FOMC days can be very violent, and so we will be cautious. I love to have a nice green day. I would love to have a nice green day for once, but well, maybe today ain't the day. Now we're selling off again here on ES. Back down to this EMA. So again, this EMA's been crossing over here, and now it crossed over here. So, you know, this could be just a move higher. Got a tiny little uptrend starting on ES, but not anything that's really that fancy. You don't trade around hours 11:15 to 1:15? Okay. That makes sense. I mean, there's like no volume, which isn't surprising. Like right before, I mean, even on a regular day, between 11:15 and 1:15 is usually very low volume. And now with FOMC in 2 hours, yeah, there's not going to be much volume. But I'm kind of curious if, yeah, are we going to see? I mean, the FOMC is probably the biggest market mover so far this year. Like there's some insane moves. I once had an evaluation account. I had 2 evaluation accounts linked. And it was right after a move. I don't remember the day, but it was a violent move down. And I had my order entry entered at the bottom, and I got very lucky. I was on a valuation account, and it literally hit my order, and I went long, and I looked, and I think in a matter, I think it was 90 seconds, I had that account funded. It was the fastest I've ever funded an account, and it wasn't. I don't recommend that style of funding because you don't learn anything, and let's just be honest, that's gambling, not trading, and I don't recommend that at all. Even if it worked like it did, it creates bad habits.
Potential TX on CL.
So I'm gonna this channel. I manipulate it a little bit here, but yeah, let's zoom out a little bit on CL here because it does kind of have my attention. But I mean, there's just nothing here. I mean, right here, this move, obviously this probably caused some support, but in all honesty, the first line of support is 67. Yeah. And we're still a point away from that. I just don't see. I don't know. Maybe I need to enter here. But this could be. I mean, it barely touched the EMA now. It's going to already sell off.
Track orders with exhaustion box on ES.
Okay, ES, what we doing? Okay, we are trying to move up to that VWAP. I think, like we can see here, higher lows, higher lows, higher lows. And I'm assuming we're going to move up to this VWAP. I don't know. Man, I want it. This is where psychologically, this is the 30 tick chart on CL. And so the reason I use this chart, I almost never show it, but I do use this chart, and the reason I use it, I do use it to at least show me reversal signs. Like right here, we got some reversal signs, but it was a fake, just a lot of fake outs, basically just pullbacks, pull back, and selling lower. So here we made it past the EMA. I mean, it's respected the EMA a couple times, but it has also overshot EMA a lot of times. I don't really trust on CL. I don't really trust my EMA that much. I trust the technicals a lot more. So if we get a pullback up to the 6860s in this area of support right here, we make it pull back up in this area, and then start selling off, I would definitely look for. I would look for an entry there. Like we can even see here, like this here was, we had an area right here, kind of support. I mean, this was support, could have been here or up here, but
potential double T. Yes.
and GC bouncing here because, yeah. Oh no, actually ES. Okay, now it's selling. Did make a move higher, and now it's selling back down. Do we trust this enough to take a long entry like right here? The long entry would have been at 41.3650. I don't know. You could definitely just justify that. All right, CL, are you gonna make a move up, or is this all you're gonna give me? I need to go get my food.
Potential TBS on ES. Potential elevator on CL.
Well, okay, it's be interesting. Are we just gonna sell off and make new lows here on CL? Just don't see a lot of support from here down to 67. I mean, doesn't mean it's gonna go straight down, but all right, ES, what we doing? What about gold? Right at this EMA now. I think we just sit on our hands. We just wait. Nothing to do. The only thing I could see here is moving above this EMA on gold. And then pushing higher to make new highs. Just wish we wouldn't have seen this big of a pullback on GC. That always makes me nervous when we pull down below this EMA as much as we did this big bar closing below it. So now when we make it push back up higher, are we going to sell, is this just a pullback and we're selling lower, or is this actually going to try and make newer highs? the overall trend, I would still, is still up.
Potential
So,
TX on CL.
I think that, that's still intact.
TX on CL.
There we go. Okay, now that we do push above this, now that does feel like a move higher. What are we doing on ES? Just kind of hanging out. Do I enter on my first gold trade of this?
Trap orders with exhaustion box.
I like it for some reason. I can't. I'm not too confident in pulling the trigger. I don't know. I could definitely see an entry here, but not exactly feeling it. Maybe just me being too cautious. Hey, Rad Poker.
Potential TBS on
All right, moving to real funded accounts. Right, and I'm not sure which video you watched. I actually did 2 different videos on that. The latest video I did on the updated one, I kind of mentioned that, and I wouldn't. Yeah, it makes complete sense that they would take all that money, basically start their own account and trade their own money, and they can trade basically however they want, which I think is awesome. But yeah, I would agree that is very likely what happened. Guess we'll never know for sure, but I do find it interesting. I'd love to interview like Vince or I forget, Gabriel, I think is the name. And Gabriel actually almost has a more impressive, because he, like, Vince had 20 accounts to get to his over $1 million in withdrawals, but Gabriel only had 3 accounts and he got to 500,000. So yeah, it's very impressive. And I mean, that's just awesome. I mean, honestly, if I would be in their position and I would be, have the ability to take that much and make that much money, they are still with Apex, just live funded accounts, but they would still show up on the payout. If that's the case. Would they not? Pretty sure they would. Unless they just haven't made a withdrawal, since they've switched to a live account. They don't. Why not? I'm curious. Or how do you know that? Do they talk about that? I guess I wasn't aware of that. You might be right. I wasn't. Oh, ES, did we make? Oh, wow. Here I am watching the wrong.
Trap orders with exhaustion box on GC.
Well, I'm glad I didn't enter that G gold trade, but here VWAP was expecting. I mean, yeah. Now we're actually past VWAP now. What's oil? Oil, we were kind of doing this bouncing around here. But ES is making its move. Okay, so you know someone that's still funded. Okay, do you know someone that's still funded and they're in a live account and they make withdrawals? It doesn't show up on the withdrawal page. Okay, wow. Yeah, that's really interesting information. Okay, so if that's the case,
Potential TX on ES.
because I always wondered, I always wondered on the withdrawals if there's any of those that are on a live account. And I was just, and I would have to assume then that all of the withdrawals that are on the website, those are all just on a SIM account. Those are not on the real live accounts yet. Which, okay, here's my thought on that, or my, yeah, I was, okay, if I'm in Apex's shoes, okay, let's say I'm Daryl, and right, if I have a couple traders that are killing it, then it makes sense to move them to a live account in a sense. But what's the downside in just, because they also have the ability to just copy their trades using like the trade copy. They can just copy their trades. Why not just copy their trades? Because I guess it would make sense though, because if they copy their trades, they could lose a lot more because they might have a big buffer from their initial, their drawdown. So that would make sense to move them. So when they move them to a live account, do they cash out everything on their current funded account? They just cash everything out and they get to obviously keep that money, or at least whatever the terms were, the first 25,000, and then after that, Apex gets 10%. Okay, so when they move them to a live account, is it set up the same way? Do you know? Because I've always wondered, like, do they get 20 accounts and they start at basically zero and they have, for a $300,000 account, it's a $7,500 drawdown? Do they basically start fresh, right? Okay. That would make sense, but it would also, yeah, that makes sense. Basically, you're starting over, but it also means that so let's say their funded account, and they just had let's say instead of a $7,500 buffer, let's say they had a $30,000 buffer for their drawdown. Like, obviously, that would be more attractive, depending on their trading style, then, basically cashing all that out, which isn't a bad thing, and then starting fresh at 7,500. Right, I understand. I'm just curious. Okay, yes, you're trying to push higher. It might just push higher up to FOMC. Who knows? I would expect more up and down, more choppy than anything. But thank you, Rad Poker. Thank you for sharing that. That's really good information. I always wondered about that. Because if you look at their payouts versus what they're receiving, it's like, well, you know, they're doing great, they're doing fine, but they might even outside of that, because I'm assuming, they would still even, okay, let me rephrase. Here's my kind of rebuttal to that. So what would be the benefit if I'm Vince and I just withdrew $1 million? Okay. Why would I switch to a live account on Apex's rules? Like, why would I do that? Why would I restrict myself to $7,500 drawdown and all of that when I can really just put in my own money and trade it however I want? Oh yeah, I hope I do too. Hey, that would be awesome. If I get to that point, and then I'll continue doing videos and I'll just make it very transparent. Okay, this is how it works. I'd love to do that, but we're not there yet. We are a little bit away from that yet. But I appreciate you coming in here and with that information. It's really, but yeah, like I was saying, like if you're Vince, I mean, I guess there's zero risk to it. Like it's still not your own money. I guess, yeah, that makes sense. That's the benefit. You're basically starting fresh with a $7,500 drawdown per account. And right, you have leverage. You basically are on, I mean, I guess, yeah, it's kind of stupid not to because it doesn't cost you anything. You're not losing any. If you go to that $7,500 drawdown, Apex is the one that's going to lose money, not you. So I didn't think that through. So obviously it would be a benefit to go with Apex, even if they have, even with the rules and everything, it's still better because it's their money and you're trading it. And if you make another $1 million next year, they're going to take 10% and you keep 90% and live happily ever after.
Potential TX on T now.
Very interesting indeed. But yeah, do both, exactly. Yeah, I obviously I didn't think that through. But who knows? That's really makes me wonder how many traders do they actually have that are actually trading live accounts? I would love to know that. I know John did an interview in one of his videos like a year ago. They mentioned like how many, they didn't say specific numbers, but they just said that they have traders that are trading their own money or like real live account. Apex is the, I 100% agree with you. There's people that don't, but if you look at it from a perspective of, I mean, it's just, to me, it's a no-brainer. Especially, I cannot understand these YouTubers that are promoting Top Step. Like, how can you promote Top Step? I just don't get it. Okay, CL, here we go. Here we go. It made a move up past what we were looking at for a re-entry. Now, is this the bottom? Was this the bottom? That's the question. I like Tom Haggard's, Tom Haggard's The Best Loser in that book. He says, bottom pickers and top pickers will become cotton pickers. I thought that was pretty good. So we don't want to be a bottom picker, but this definitely interesting.
Potential TX on C now.
And about like we were saying that, we get a indicator for a short move. Tempting. It's tempting. mean, this is definitely an overshoot of this channel, but so was this. If we let's look at it from a holistic viewpoint, though, we had an overshoot. Now this is a bigger overshoot than this was, and probably a bigger overshoot than any of these moves we've had. So if you want to get biased long on oil right now, I could see the reasoning. I don't think I will do it, but I could see your point. But yeah, Daryl's doing obviously they're killing it. I mean, did you see Rad Poker? I was showing earlier on stream. So for the month of April, they sold 396,000 evaluation accounts. It's actually insane. The sniper, so I do like it. So I signed up for I think it's like what? You can get it for 2 months or for 60 days for like $1. So I signed up for that. Now I have like 10, I don't know, even 10, 15 days left. But I do like it. Like, I don't use it and I went through the Apex thing and I watched all of their videos and everything. Primarily, like, I learned price action trading, and my primary strategy is pullbacks, like waiting on a pullback, re-entry, going with a trend, using price action. That's what kind of my bread and butter, so to speak. But I've found that I use the sniper chart and the entries kind of as a verification on pullback entries that I do really like, and I do rely on it quite a bit for entries, kind of to validate my entries, so to speak. But the other part that I like and where I use it a lot is if I'm going through a slump where I'm just not reading the market correctly, and every trade I enter, it just goes immediately against me. Like, if I'm in that kind of slump where I'm not feeling it, I will rely a lot more on this sniper chart for entries. And it helps me get my confidence back. The reason I don't trade it just exactly how they ask and how they say, and okay, you use LORIC 90% of the time. Got it. Okay. So you like that? I did look into that as well. Interesting. But I tested it for about 2 to 3 weeks, where I basically tried to follow all of their rules according to the videos and using the Apex sniper system. And I mean, there's a lot of rules to follow, and I'm not saying I followed everyone to the T. There might have been some entries where John or Daryl would have said, nope, you shouldn't have entered because of this, this, and this. I get it. But I tried to follow it as close as I could, the best I could. And my problem was just the stop losses are too big. And I did have a good winning percentage, but those stop losses were too big that I ended up losing money over that 3 week time period. Okay, now right here, CL's got, this is a very interesting level. Okay, well, now we're just going to rip right through this EMA. Now you can see right here, we do have some support at 68.60. Like I was saying, I don't use the EMA as much on CL because CL just trades way more technical than it does regarding price action. But we make it down to here and then make it bounce up. I mean, it's just so hard to tell. And I mean, this thing could just rip down and make new lows. It really could. But this will be interesting if we can get, if it gets below the 68.60 level again, then I don't see any other way to making newer lows. Oh, I forgot about my food. Okay, there's the bounce. Ooh, this would be an entry. I don't like that though. We're below the EMA. I mean, it's
Potential TX on GC. Potential double TX on GC.
okay. What's GC doing? So we have a double TX, which means it's a double top. And I think this is going to be that aqua blue as well bar. I forget the exact name of it, but so this bar, I mean, we're in a chop mode here. I don't like that. If we close below 2033, yeah, I don't know that I like that. Okay, so you were saying that you used the Lorex on CL. I see. That's interesting. I only tested this strategy on ES. That's the only one I tested it on. So I'm definitely not saying it doesn't work for sure. And I find a lot of value in the sniper charts, like this chart and then this and the trapped orders, and also just seeing the buyers, sellers, like how it drills down into each bar. I find that valuable. And
Trapped orders with exhausted box on
okay,
GC.
there
Double TX on GC.
gold officially hit on that signal. Need to eat before this gets cold. Okay, here we go. ES basically just kind of hanging around here on this VWAP. CL trying to push higher, having a little bit of a struggle. And then gold definitely pulling back here. But this isn't any major pullback as of now. Rand, do you do any trading with the sniper chart on gold? wondering. Reason I ask is on the website gold, it asks for the diagnostic bars to be 6, and I mean that information was like 2 years ago. I feel like the 6 is too small. So I've kind of been playing with that, and I've been thinking of changing it to 8, so it would be the same as ES and CL. But I don't know. Feel like we get a little bit too, like for here we get 3 bars down for this move here, and I feel like that's a little bit too small. But I was curious if I should just go into the chat room. I know they have a chat room, I just don't use it. All right, CL is just kind of stuck right there at the EMAs. I definitely don't trust that to keep ripping higher. Okay, ES sold off pretty nicely here. Okay, now we're down below this EMA again. Now losing this trend up now. We did not get any trapped orders on this move down. Interesting. You don't know anyone trading gold on the sniper? Yeah, I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it either. So I might just test it a little bit with it. It's kind of why I've been having it up on my charts. I've been watching it now for a couple days. Just gonna keep playing with it, but right now I'm kind of leaning toward changing that to an 8 diagnostic bar and then continuing to monitor it.
Potential TX on ES.
Okay, now on this move up, we're getting a trapped orders. Okay, this might pan out. This is probably going to hit on a long entry. And I'm not crazy that it's right at VWAP. Not crazy about the entry right here, and also but looked like it's just a little bit overextended pullback and might interesting. All right, there it went. See if it can make newer highs here. That above 41.45. See if it can push above that. How are we looking on CL? This is just kind of sluggish. And gold is very sluggish as well. Of course, we're right at the noon lunch hour, so not much happening.
Potential TX on CL. Potential TBS on CL.
All right, now we're all fueled up and ready to go. Took one trade this morning and now haven't really had a couple setups here that I just didn't take. A couple would have worked out, a couple that wouldn't have worked out. All right, here we go. Going to try to make new highs here. What do you think? It looks like it wants to.
Trap orders with exhaustion box on CL.
Now, can it push past? Can it push up past this? We look left. It's 4144 area. There's a lot of chop going on here. But obviously that was over the overnight session. Here we go. I make a push or not? Food was delicious. It was. Some rice, chicken, tomatoes, sauce. I don't know what all was in it, but it was great. There we went. Pushed above. Anyone gonna trade the FOMC or not? And now we're
on CL.
coming back down a little bit. Okay, well.
Potential TX on ES.
All right, what are we gonna do here? So this is also when I would, like, if I know there's a potential for a signal and I'm looking, like, let's say I'm looking to short here and I know that we have a potential for a short signal to develop, I'll use that as confirmation too on a little bit earlier entry if my price action trading is lining up. Okay, now we're pulling back. Hmm. Okay, if we pull back here to this EMA, then I will definitely be looking for a long entry setup. Especially coming back right here to the EMA and the VWAP. Hope it makes the pullback all the way. There is definitely trapped orders here, and a short entry is definitely setting up. But hopefully for a pullback. Stay away from news, yeah. I think most people do. There's a couple crazies that like that kind of stuff.
Trap orders with exhaustion box on ES.
Okay, now that hit. Now we're in the trying to figure out where my entry is going to be. Okay, here's my problem. I don't really have a good entry. Like my entry technically mean, it depends on where this bar closes at. If this bar closes, you know, down or at least like this, it, as long as it doesn't rip, like, then on this bar, I guess I should say, on this bar, if for an entry on this bar, my entry would have to be above this, which is 41.50, 41.44.50, and just not that excited about an entry right there. I don't know.
Potential elevator on ES.
You know, I could obviously,
Potential TX on CL.
I could just look to enter right here
On CL.
and do a premature entry. It's just a little more risky. But I've done it, and I mean, this is kind of where I would usually do it. It can just bite. It can just rip against you, and then always in hindsight, you look at the chart and like, why did I enter there? There was no reason. But we do have,
TX on ES.
yeah, see now I have confirmation on a potential long here.
Order submit.
All right, I'm gonna go for it again.
Film.
I'm not exactly thrilled with my entry here. I'm gonna go right below the VWAP for my stop and see if we can capture some points. Need a nice push up here into newer highs. That's what we're looking for here. There we go. Come on. Put your back into it.
Trap orders with exhaustion box on CL. Double TX on CL.
Just very low volume here as well. That doesn't help at all. We're an hour and 15 minutes away from FOMC as well. So this could take a while for this trade to develop. Try and be patient. I'll try and be patient. I need to go get a toothpick. Hey, Red. Hey, thanks for stopping in. I appreciate it.
Potential TX on CL.
Okay, hang on. We might actually have a little bit of lift off here. I'm gonna take profit. Well, don't. I hate when you do that. I am not a fan of that. Uh, mm, 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 mm. I don't like it. I do not like this. Failed to make any high. I'm just gonna get out.
Order.
Oh, of course. Now you're gonna rip on me, but I don't know. Don't like that. Yeah, it might have faked me out. All right, now I'm gonna go get a toothpick. Christopher Garcia, new subscriber. Let's go. Thank you, man. Thank you for tuning in. Appreciate it. I'll be right back.
Trapped orders with exhaustion box on CL.
And we're back. With some cherry pie. Now, just take a look at this. Take a look at that. Isn't that a thing of beauty? Oh. Well, I mean, this move, I probably took my panicked out a little bit too fast on that to just take profit, but I'm not that upset about it. This is basically was not the move that we're looking for. I mean, we got kind of the initial move and a spike up, but we got like one tick close to taking our profit, and then it just sold off. I wasn't interested in letting it go against me, but In hindsight, probably should have let it go, especially the way it looks now.
Trap orders with exhaustion box on
There we go.
elevator on ES.
Gonna prove me wrong. Yeah, there we go, making new highs. Should have just been a little more patient. Again, being too impatient with my trades. I really need to work on that. Well. Hmm. Oh, this would have been a really nice trade.
Potential
Be up
TX on
16
CL.
ticks right now.
Potential double TX on CL.
Just gotta give my trades room to run, or room to grow, or room to work.
Trapped orders with exhaustion box on C now. Double TX on C now.
All right, we're about an hour away from FOMC. One hour until we have some dynamite. It's going to be like just throwing a piece of dynamite into the market. Poof. One thing I will say is kind of doing work and trading at the same time. Like there's pros and cons. The pros are it helps with patience or not over trading because you're at least have something else to occupy your mind with. But the cons of it is you sometimes miss your setups. Okay, we're just going higher here on ES. Man, I'm really sad that I didn't stick with this trade. It was a good entry. This long red bar coming down, it got me. Panicked out, and I sold for a minuscule profit. Yes, keep going higher, yes. CL, looks like we kind of resorted here to trading in a range. 68.84 to 68.55. And gold, we're basically making this perfect little triangle. Flag, I guess you should call it. It's gonna have to decide what it wants to do here. Obviously just waiting on this FOMC now at this point. Everyone's waiting on it except ES. ES is like, you know what? I'm just going higher. You can catch me later. Wow. Well, it is a pretty impressive move here on ES to think, you know, right before the news, make this bit nice of a move up. Definitely wasn't expecting. I mean, it's nothing crazy, but still a nice move. Starting to think that these traders on ES know something. They know something we don't. Or they're just letting it pump up because they know there's going to be a big sell-off and they want to sell at the top. But if we zoom out here, you know, higher time frame, or not higher time frame, just zoomed out, I don't know. Not sure what to think. This news should be very interesting. That's all I can tell you. In part of me, I feel like the only thing that will really move the market is if they come out and say they're going to stop or pause the rate hikes. Because unless maybe I'm I'm not that into the news, so I'm not following that closely, but isn't it expected that they're just going to continue doing what they've been doing? So if that's the case, then isn't it just going to be kind of a ho hum kind of move? I don't know. I don't know. That's why I don't trade the news. I do not. That is one thing I hate. Hate if, yeah. That's, to me, it's just gambling at that point. If you're just guessing on what the move is going to be or what someone's going to say.
Potential TX on ES.
Now you got me kind of interested in a short here. It would be a speculative trade. We're not ready for that. All right. Well, pretty much nothing happening. I'm gonna get some work done while this is just waiting on the FOMC. Hmm. 45 minutes to go. 45 minutes to go. Oh man, it's just makes me want to take a nap. All right, we tried to make new highs here, but couldn't quite get there. All right, CL here looks like it's making a push to the top of this channel now. $39 until FOMC. We're just gonna chill.
Potential TBS on GC.
Gold making a move up to the high of the day. Oil just right here at this double top here. Actually, be a 1, 2, 3 quadruple top. An interesting short here just because of this quadruple top, but be pretty risky. Okay, we are right at the highs. Okay, there's a new high on gold. We are 33 minutes away, which makes me really curious. Yeah. ES is going higher. Gold's going higher. Not sure what that means, but whatever. Remember here at the bottom when we hit this 41.33 and we talked about how this is going, you know, if we have a V-shaped reversal that it's going to happen right here. And look at that. Look at this. V-shaped reversal it was. We've just had so many of those in the recent 3-4 weeks, I feel like. Maybe I need to start making plays for these V-shaped reversals. Be a lot longer hold, a little bit bigger stop probably. But the potential of a really nice move is pretty high. All right, I'll be right back.
Potential TBS on GC. Potential TX on CL. Potential double TX on CL.
Oh, wow. Look at that. We have made not new highs. No, not quite. But basically a double top tier at the ES.
Trap orders with exhaustion box on CL.
CL.
TX on CL.
This would have been an interesting trade here, like I was saying on this quadruple top.
Potential TX on ES.
Hmm. Hmm. This is interesting here on the ES. I want to short. I was thinking about just shorting one contract. 20 minutes, I could definitely see a nice sell off into the numbers coming out. Hmm. No need to rush it. Well, here's I'm curious how big of a move we'll get here on this short, but it's a speculative trade. That's why I didn't take it. Trying not to just pick tops, but I do really like this short up here. And then just
Orders with
yeah, like
exhaustion
this.
box on
We're,
ES.
I don't really think we're gonna sell off into those numbers. Then we'll see from there, but who knows?
Potential TX on ES.
There we go. Keep selling off.
Potential
Man, this is
TX on ES.
now shaping up to be a setup right off this EMA and enter long right here, basically.
Potential TX.
But we're 18 minutes away from FMC. I'm not entering now. Gold kind of made new highs and now it's kind of resting here, but depending what numbers, depending what comes out, here's the problem. I think, or everyone, how to get ask and bid lines on chart. Oh, you know what? That's a great question. I think here in data series, nah, I'm not sure. Close all trades and go to sleep. You know, maybe I would, but I have to get some work done. It's not a bad not bad advice though. I'm kind of here for the action. I just want to see what happens. I'm not saying I don't. I will definitely enter on a momentum trade. I won't be entering in the first, 4 or 5 minutes, but I'll enter on a momentum trade for see if I can just get in on a momentum, but I'll be definitely scaling down my size if I do that. It won't be at the news, but after the news.
Potential TX on GC.
Hard to see where it's at? How come? For me, it should be pretty easy. This black number here, that's your price. Well, I'm glad I just stayed out of everything. Selling off here on the ES a little bit into the numbers, which not surprising. Obviously, all the volume is really low. Everybody's just waiting.
TVS on ES.
Ooh, there's a sell-off. Big gap down. Someone get numbers a little earlier. By the way, I saw that Congressman AOC and Matt Gatz, or whatever his name is, they're pairing up to make it illegal for Congress to do any trading. Hey, we'll see you, futures. Peace. Have a good one. I hope to see you tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be a better day.
Potential TX on ES.
Oh, wow. Now we're bouncing. Hey, we're at T minus 9 minutes. Okay, yeah, investors, you're the one that trades gold. Yeah. I do have it charted now. I have it in my charting system, and I've been watching gold and kind of lining up with my indicators. You know what? I'm going to change my indicator this to 8. Just feel like it's a little more accurate that way. Been meaning to do that all day. Okay. But yeah, I've kind of watching it. Take profit and stop loss value is insanely difficult on NinjaTrader. Why? Bobby, Bobby's your guy. It's all just what you're used to, obviously, because, yeah. ES still just kind of selling off. CL selling off. Gold selling off. No one knows what's going on. How do I get it to show my take profit and stop loss value immediately? I don't want to calculate it myself. Well, you can here on the chart trader, you can do properties. And then instead of this P&L display unit, you can show currency. I don't know if that is what you mean. But then instead of showing ticks, it'll show your actual live profit and loss. I'm not sure if that's what you were asking or not, but right click on chart trader field. Oh, yeah. So, man, I did that. Yeah, it shouldn't. I mean, honestly, the biggest thing is getting your chart set up so that it makes sense for you. And if you're used to the other charts, then obviously just getting it set up as close to that. Honestly, I would do a YouTube search on basically setting up your NinjaTrader chart to look the same as your previous chart. And that's basically how I learn everything. It's just by searching YouTube. But all of them are different. All of them have different, I don't know. I've only messed with NinjaTrader and Trade-of-8. Those are the only two that I've really looked into.
Potential TVS on CL.
T minus 3 minutes and 30 seconds to lift off or crash. I don't know. To action, I should say. ATM is what you want to set up in Chart Trader. You know, I never really looked at, I don't even remember half of, oh, I see. So keep selected ATM strategy template on order submission. Display selected ATM strategy only. Select active ATM strategy on order submission. I did not even know all that as options, but yeah. Yeah, definitely try it out in sim on ATM strategies, because actually earlier in the week, I thought I had all my ATM strategies figured out and I had thought I was good to go, and I messed up one of my ATM strategies. Didn't really hurt me that bad, but that's what sim's for.
Trap orders with exhaustion box on ES.
All right, ES is now signaling along here. Here's the other question. Especially on Trade of 8, I always, on big days like this, Trade of 8 always would freeze up and lag and be pretty ugly. Never found Ninja Trader usually is okay, which would be through the Rhythmic usually is okay, but anytime we have these huge moves, that's always a possibility that something will burn down. All right, 40 seconds. Get ready for action. Here we go. 30 seconds. Sit back and enjoy the show. Oh. 10 seconds. And it's out. Boom. Here we go. Oh, wow. Here's the move. Initial spike down. Now we have ripped higher. An initial move is almost always the fake out. Almost always. But yeah, we are ripping higher. And coming right back down. Here's the prediction. At the close, we're going to be at 41.50. We're going to move sideways.
Potential TX on ES. Potential SLZ on ES. Potential double TX on ES. Trap orders with exhaustion.
Yeah, now I need to shut off my alerts. Alerts during news like this just completely go crazy because of news like this. Okay, well, it looks now like the initial move was up, but yeah, we are very, very, very risky to be playing these moves. Look at that, we're right back where we were. It does feel like we're going higher. Maybe not. Here we go. And we have the press conference coming up in 20 minutes. That's probably actually where we will have a little bigger move if they announce a change from their existing plans. Then we could see a lot bigger move at 2:30. Hmm. Okay, now we're breaking down below. We're right at the VWAP here. We're losing VWAP and could be heading lower here. Okay, so 41.42 seems to have held. Hmm. Well, now we're about 5 minutes in, and we're sitting right where we were. Oh man, that's funny. I don't care who you are, that's funny. Yeah, this is untradeable completely. All right, let's see what we got going on CL. CL definitely chopping a little bit, but not as bad. And then gold. So gold seems to be trending higher here. Yes, continuing to go lower. Right here would be a nice, would be a potential good entry right here for a long on gold. Not sure how I feel about that play, but okay, we bounced again here on the ES. Starting to set up like a down move, like a downtrend. Every time we come up into this channel at the top of the range here, like right here, would be a short, like right here. We can't make it above this. Okay, looks like we might. Yeah, came right back up to this. Now we're selling off again. Double top here. Perfect double top. Here we go. Back up to this double top. Feel like it wants to break out here. And there it went. Man, it's just chopping around, man. It's just untradeable. Well, man, you know what I'm thinking of doing? I am really tired. I'm thinking about taking like a 30-minute power nap. I'm not going to trade in this anyway. I'm just going to keep my stream going. Go take a 30-minute power nap and then maybe trade power hour 3 to 4. Kind of like that idea. All right, I think I'm going to do that. I am going to leave the stream going and I'm going to take about a 30-minute nap. And then I'll be back. And hopefully we can make a couple good trades before the close. That's the plan. All right. We are back. Oh, I forgot to take my jacket off. Well, we'll just leave it on. So, I didn't miss much, huh? A little bit of a move here, at least. Talk about a range. 41.32, 41.64. And now, what are we going higher again? I mean, the way this market's moving, I don't really. Yeah, I know. He's still talking, right? It's crazy. Kind of thinking I'll just chill here, maybe. Big fast swings, I know. I actually took a nap and then I got up. I took a nice 30-minute nap, felt so good. And then I realized I had a vehicle at the mechanic shop that I needed to go pick up. So me and the wife went out and I picked up that vehicle yet. Watching him talk as I was driving, but and I was watching the market and I'm like, yeah, I'm glad I'm not trading this. And this could do anything. We're at 319 and it could honestly it could be at 4110 at the close. It could be at 4150 for real. But now we're selling off again pretty heavy. Here we go. Kind of feels like the market was, yeah, definitely the play was to short up here. I mean, obviously that's what it looks like now, but who knows? Who knows? But trust me, there was a lot of money lost right in here. Lots of money was lost. Probably some money was made, but that's some choppy price action to trade. Okay, newer lows. Here we go. We are selling off. This is so tempting to get in on just a momentum play. But as soon as I do, this thing will rip back up and I'll be a bag holder. Just not doing it. And there we go, just shooting up higher. That's what I mean about getting trapped down here. So easy to have to. I mean, this thing honestly could easily end up at the highs, 4170. It's crazy. What happened on CL? Let's check this out. Okay, this is interesting. So oil really did not do a whole lot in the grand scheme of things. And gold had a pretty major sell-off. I mean, actually, so it pushed higher quite a bit here. So it did make a pretty big move up. Right here is at 2 o'clock. And then 203, but then since then it had a pretty massive sell-off and pretty much just choppiness. But if we make it above this 41.33, that's kind of the key level for ES here. If we make it above 41.33, actually 41.35 is the key level. Look out 41.60s, I believe, or I think. And it doesn't look like the bears are going to let that happen. Ah, man. For some reason, I feel like we're going to make another move up. Oh, did he finish now? Interesting. So what does the market think of his overall speech? That's what we're going to find out here in the next 20 minutes. Yeah, I also wouldn't be shocked if we just kind of chop around here and close around, in between 41.35 and 41.20. That wouldn't be crazy either. Okay, hey, thanks for letting me know. And here we go, ripping down. Are we gonna make new This is where it's so hard to just not be trading anything. I wanna short this, but I wouldn't be that opposed to it for using one contract only. A little bit, yeah, just I'm about to pull the trigger. Hmm. Here we are at the bottom. It's a 10-point move here to here from where I thought about entering. That's a crazy. That's a 10-point. Here to here is a 15-point move. Just hard to put that in scale because this doesn't look like that big of a move, but it is. It's just such big volume. All right, 30 minutes till close. This is feeling heavy, feeling like a sell-off. Oh man, this short right here was so easy to see in hindsight. I really did want a short right here at 41.28. Ooh, now we're just selling hard. Yeah, they raised rates by 0.25%, which was the plan all along. Like that's been kind of the expectation, I guess. But I mean, I don't really know what came out of that press conference that is new. But yeah, like I was saying here, we could see 41.50 or 41.10. Either one. And we are seeing 41.10 right now. Or about to. Right, are we going to see a hard bounce here or not? Doesn't feel like it. Feels like the bounces have kind of been, they tried, but didn't get a whole lot of signals in this time frame either, I see. But man, this is selling off pretty well, pretty heavy sell off here. Now we're at 41.05 or 41.10 right now. And here's the bounce. How big of a bounce is the question? Who knows? Ooh, this is tempting to just try and get in on this bounce. Urgh. Let's just be safe. We have a red day right now, but it's not terrible. It's just a small red day. No need to make it into a bigger red day right now. It doesn't look like, yeah, it looks like we're going to sell off even more. Well, you know what? I think I'm better off just closing down the stream, calling it a day. I'll record my daily summary, I'll upload that, and we'll get ready for another day tomorrow. We'll live to see another day. Pretty uneventful today, but it's okay. Gotta wait on good setups and keep telling myself over and over again, gotta be patient. This is a marathon, not a sprint. So I think that's what I'll do. I'm going to end the stream. I'm going to record. And I'm going to go have a nice dinner and spend some time with the family tonight, chill out, and be ready for tomorrow morning. Turn on NQ. I mean, I'd say even for long term, like looking here at ES, you know, we kind of had a double top right here, and this, if we close here at the bottom, like, let's, you know, if we close like this, that's definitely a bearish. Yeah, that looks very bearish. And if we break down below, we can see 40s, 70s, and then from there on down, we could see a pretty massive sell-off, but we shall see. You just never know. I thought right here when we had these two big sell-offs, I thought we were going to sell off a lot more, and the next 2 days we just ripped to new highs, so what do I know? All right. Hey, Bobby, thanks for hanging out. Thanks everyone for joining the stream today. And if you subbed today or first time, if you haven't subbed, just, do it right now. But I will catch everyone tomorrow morning.